And now it's got thunderclouds. There's thunderclouds. And there's thunder. And probably gonna rain. And we might lose our... our stream. But that's fine. If the power goes out, then whatever. You know? Weema. Alright. Oh my god. Oops. Didn't mean to do that. Alright, back to the peeping eye. Peeping eye. Bat. Wow. I'm much more awake and much better at beating this peeping eye. Give me peeping eye soul. Give me peeping eye soul. Give peeping eye soul. We're right back to before I was falling asleep last week. Oh, I hear the rain. This is much easier. See, look at me. With my brain working. Because I'm not falling asleep. This is much easier. And faster. Give me peeping eye. Give peeping eye. Peeping eye. Give peeping. Give peep. Give peep. Give peep. Peep. Give peep. How many times do I have to kill you? What is the drop rate of this soul? What is the drop rate of the soul? This peeping eye soul is stupid. It never drops. Never had the peeping soul. Never seen it. Where is the peeping eye soul that I want? Give it to me or level up. Am I doing... Oh, look. Bat! God dang it. Give me peeping eye, give me peeping eye, give me peeping eye, give me a peeping eye soul. So I can finally see what it does, I don't even know. And it's a pretty purple eye. And I'll get a peeping eye. I'm gonna get a peeping eye. I got hit. Why? Oh my god, why did the bet? I'm gonna kill you just for principles. Give me peeping eye before I fall asleep. Thought I was about to get another battle. This is ridiculous. Just leave me a peeping eye soul. I want to know what it does when I use a peeping eye. I've never had the peeping eye soul. And that wind outside is really blowing. We're gonna have a storm tonight. I can't sing about this eye anymore. That's the wrong freaking part of the song. Do you hear the wind and the rain outside? I'm gonna get a pee-pee. I kind of feel like I'm gonna have to try this some other time because this is ridiculous. Oh, that wind! It's storming. You're not gonna give me. Okay, I can freaking see it. I can call it right now. I'm gonna get the peeping eye, and then the storm is gonna knock out the power. I'm gonna get the soul, and then the storm will knock out the power before I can save. That's what I see. I can feel it. Why is this so freaking ridiculously hard? I mean, it's not hard, but... Oh! Yeah, tonight's one of those nights that the power might go out. Apparently, the world just doesn't not want me to play Castlevania Aria of Sorrow. It's hailing? To who? Who? Who's it hailing? Yeah, who? Yeah, who's it hailing to? I know. You'd think that this game would just do it. You know, you'd think this game would just give it to me. Oh no, it's happening. Now the rain and everything is making it all relaxing. Not to mention, I'm just doing the same thing over and over again. It's kinda messing with my eyeballs, but I want a peeping eye soul, so I've got to farm it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is this another wall, by the way? It's not. Give me peeping eye! Give me peeping eye! Peeping eye! Oh no, this isn't good. I'm falling asleep again. This peeping eye makes me sleepy. It's using its hypnotic gaze. Stop hitting me, I hit you. Man, why don't you just give me... Oh, god dang it, I'm falling asleep? Like, getting those micro sleeps and it's making me walk into him? No! Ugh. Screw it. Screw it. Let's play the game. I would rather get all of the souls as I come across them. Woo! You know what would be a cool one of this one? If the white bone dragon gave you what the white bone dragon soul give you, it would be cool if it would be cool if you could attach a white bone dragon to the floor and it would just stay wherever you cast it. That would be pretty cool. Once again, I've got nothing to say. Wish I could get that armor. That would be really neat. Let's just go on again. Harry Potter scarf! We're gonna be part of Gryffindor. We're gonna get all the points, and we're gonna be treated better than every other class. Let's get a better weapon at least for this. Yeah. Ghost wasn't that bad. If I remember right, it's not that great in other stuff, but it was not bad in here. I remember familiars suck in this game. It doesn't do not as good as the rest of the game. Wow! Wow! Ah! Oh God, I'm getting that thing in my eyes. Stop it! Why? I really thought I could duck under that for some reason. Really bad at this game. Whenever I'm falling asleep, oh my God, I can't see anything in the enemy. Give me the blue crow, it's really cool. Oh, cool. Heck yeah. Rock Arbor Soul, and I can now throw boulders. Want that. I always want the items that I see. Oh my God, don't tell me that I'm gonna have to cut this one off too. Oh my God, I did it again. No, no, I fell. I did a micro fall. Like with my eyes open. I gotta be able to stay awake until somebody gets here. Keep me awake. Ah. We. No. I can't let this happen. Do you think the $10 coins are red because maybe like a 10 yen? Oh, hello there. Hello. You're human, aren't you? Relax, my name is Graham. Let's just say I'm a missionary. Oh, I'm Soma Cruz. You weren't here in this shrine before, were you? How did you get here? I'm not sure. I went through the shrine gate and boom, I was here. I see. Can I ask you a question? Go ahead, I don't mind. Is it true that this is Dracula's castle? It most certainly is. But isn't Dracula's castle in Europe somewhere? In theory, yes, but his true castle exists somewhere else. His true castle? Yes. It's a well-known fact in the underworld. Do you believe in vampires? Well, no. I thought the story of Dracula was made up, actually. No, it's all true. It was leaked to the outside world. Usually the church handles these things with utmost secrecy. Over the course of time, Dracula has resurrected many times, when people lost faith and craved chaos and destruction. So, are you trying to tell me now that Dracula has been resurrected? No, Dracula perished in 1999. You know of the prophecy of 1999, don't you? Nostradamus' great prophecy. That's right, Dracula was resurrected exactly as he predicted, but vampire hunters destroyed him completely. They ended his regeneration cycle by sealing his castle, a symbol of his demonic power inside the darkness of an eclipse. And that eclipse is where we are now? Yes, but there's still more to the story. There's more? In the year 2035, a new master will come to the castle and he will inherit all of Dracula's powers. But that's... Yes, that time is now. I'd better get going. Is that all then? Oh yes, thank you. Farewell and be careful. Yes, you too. God. Why am I falling asleep so easily? Let's get the ghost. I can't kill him, man. He's off that screen. That far off the screen, I should say. $100? God, no. No. Stuck. Huh? tedious. Oh, Durga. I even said your name in my head. There's no proof of that. You cruel accident. Bone pillars. Cruel. Oh my god. Oh my god. Save. Oh no. Oh. I wanted to take a nap when I got home, but I didn't. I don't want to lose. No, I want the freaking grass! Alright. Time for the manicure. Can I jump through that? I can't. A-hole for... Oh my god! Oh my god, you're a master! I shouldn't have... That shouldn't have been so hard. Oh my god, what's wrong with me? Hold on. No. I don't remember what Ghost Dancer does. Oh yeah! Oh yeah, skeleton. I'll get a Ghost Dancer later. Oh man. What does Fleeman give me? I don't remember. I don't remember any of the souls. Doubles my jump distance. I don't know. Probably not. That'd be too convenient and cool. I gotta get a whole double jump for that. No, I didn't want to go that way. me your sword. Oh my god, this is another one of those things that I need to do. I don't even remember if I can get this thing's sword. Give sword. Oh no. It's coming. Why are Wednesdays so hard for me? Stay awake. Stay awake, you moron. Brock! The Savior's here! I've been doing it again. I've been falling asleep. Just barely. Just barely, like, having micro things with, you know, where like your eyes are still open, but you're like, Gorp! Gorp! Gorp. Give me sword. Ow. Why did I do that? Why did I do that? Give me sword. I'm doing just fine. A little sleepy. Also, it's, you know, storming and hailing, so if I lose power, then, you know, that's why. I keep thinking he's gonna die one hit sooner than he does. I'm half dead. Oh, I guess I should be a little... I guess I should be more optimistic. I'm half alive. God dang it, I did it again. Snowfall? Well, that's Canada for you. It's, actually, I think the storm has passed, now that I'm listening. There was a little bit of hail happening with the storm. Take that, Fleeman. Ha! You hit the ceiling. That's not something you can stand on? Thank you. Ow. Yeah, take that, Une. Come on, Quetzalcoatl. Yeah, take that. I hate this. I need to stop taking hits. Dude, just your presence has already woke me up more. Like not even having to talk to you. Just knowing that somebody is here. Yeah! Jumping while taking damage restores health. My work give me the 11th off? You mean tomorrow? No. Why? What's tomorrow? What's the 11th? I don't remember what Durga does. Jumping while taking damage restores health. How can you gain health? I don't think that's right. Remembrance Day? I don't remember. So I guess not. I don't remember that we do. Yeah! We got the illegitimate sun sword. Maybe? I mean, I know that I don't have tomorrow off. So that's a given, you know. But there's quite a few holidays that we should get off that we don't. And of course you get freezing? Oh no. Ooh. I was just saying that there's a lot of holidays that we don't get off in America. That I think we should. Throws sharpened butcher knife. Like, I think that we should get Halloween off. I mean, I got Halloween off because it was, like, already on one of my days off this year. But if it was, like, in the middle of the week, I feel like everything should be closed on Halloween so that everyone can have a good jolly time. Come on. Take that, spider lady. Catoblepas. I have no clue how to actually say that. Catoblepas? Melon! Melon! Melon. Dude! What is cursed to? Oh, magic drain in this one. Ah! Boo, 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 boo. Give me the witch soul. I think it allows me to create cats. There's a lot of goofy fun souls. Halloween would be nice. Rather surprised the US of A doesn't give Remembrance Day as a stat. What do you mean by stat as well? Patriotism and supporting your troops is kinda your guys' bread and butter. At least in the propaganda. Yeah, that's kind of gone down. Which I'm not a big fan of. It's like, why would you not support the people who are, like, you know, shedding blood to protect you? Hey, you're Soma, aren't you? Must be him. Yes, but who are you? Statutory holiday. I've never heard that phrase, but, statutory, huh? Oh, forgive me, I'm Yoko Belnades. I'm a member of the church. She's Sypha's great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaughter or something. Time off or extra pay by law. Oh. That's what that means. I still don't like the... Just... Statutory has one of those connotations, you know? How would a member of the church recognize me? You've met Ginya Arikado, right? Arikado. I never noticed it before. I mean, I knew it was Alucard, but still. I did meet him, but... He told me about you and asked me to help you if you were in trouble. Arikado said that? It's hard to believe. Well, he may seem cold at first, but he's actually quite a decent guy. He may be looking out for you because you share the same dark powers. Wait. Did you say my powers are dark? I can see why. Well, let's just call it a stat. Oh, you mean you didn't know that? Oh no, did I say something? Well, what's said is said. Essentially, you have the power to rule over and command monsters. Rule over monsters? I've no desire to do that. It comes as naturally as breathing for you, so you may not realize it yet. And though I called it a dark power, that doesn't mean it's evil. It's like a weapon. Its user decides whether to use it for good or evil. Well, when you put it that way, I feel a little bit better. Since I got this power, I've begun to lose my sense of self. You are yourself. There's no one else you could be. Don't second guess yourself. Be confident. That's most important. I think I understand now. Thanks, Yoko. I'm not used to being thanked by people. Oh, I forgot to ask you. Have you seen a man named Graham? Graham? Yes, I met him earlier. Be wary of that man. I believe that he will inherit Dracula's powers. No way. He didn't look like a bad guy. Yeah, that's why he was drawn so evil. Right, and I've got a bridge to sell you. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He's not who you think he is. Okay, but where's that bridge at? Alright. Well, I must be going. I've got to find Graham. See you around. Wait! Where's the bridge? How much? I could put a toll road there. I mean, if we ain't got no tolls, then we don't eat no rolls. Ha! Minotaur? Already? Wow. Well, we might actually, like... We might kind of be like, hey, it's Remembrance Day, you know? But I definitely don't think we get the day off. I forgot. But there's like there's another thing like what was it called? Like, not President's Day. I don't think that's what it's called. Whip sword. Well, if it's not on the national list, then we might just not have that day, you know? I'm gonna go for this one. It's faster. It's not as long range, but it's faster, so. But yeah, you'd think that Texas would at least, you know? You guys have June. What's Juneteenth? I don't know what that is. Pink. Pink. Official name for Emancipation Day? That is a much worse name. Why would they... Oh, I don't have to duck. Let's try a different one. Go back, dude. There we go. Like the emancipation of slaves? Is that what you mean? Yeah! Oh, what's a child like yourself doing in a place like this? A child? You're rude, Grandpa. Oh, my apologies. My name's Hammer. The army ordered me to come here. Hi, I'm Soma. I thought I was inspecting a shrine, but suddenly I was in a castle. Don't you think that's a mean thing to do to a guy? So I just bailed on my mission. So we do have it as a stat? Wait. Well, I'm still gonna go to work tomorrow. And if nobody's there, then I didn't get the memo, you know? What do you mean? There were a bunch of strange people gathered at the shrine. I thought they'd be good customers, so I opened up a shop. Ah, good for you. There are weapons all over this castle, and no monsters at the front gate. Good place for a shop. Come on by. I'll give you a good deal. See you around. Hammer's the best. A shop, huh? I don't get it. Well, I guess I'll ask. Yeah, double jump already. Woo! 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 I'll ask if we get extra pay. Probably won't. It's probably not something that... Ow. Yeah, probably not. Give Buer. I like Buer. He's a lion wheel of blades. Business paid time off. New Year's Day, New Year's Eve. Memorial Day, Independence Day. Memorial Day, that's one of the ones that I was thinking of. Wait, we get Memorial Day and Independence Day off? Labor Day, Thanksgiving, the day after, known as Black Friday, Christmas Eve, and Christmas. Nah. Most businesses. Hello. How's life treating you? Brewhawk saved the stream. And now we're talking about holidays in which you get off. Give me Buer! I swear, this is the the worst luck on getting souls I have ever had in this game. I like my wheel lion. My lion wheel. Hey, you know what happens in 2 days from now? Well, day after tomorrow, I should say. Payday. And it's Friday. So that means the next day and the day after that, I don't have to go to work. I'll take my, my capitalism. All the benefits of capitalism outweigh the downsides, I think. There was a gnat just landed on my nose and almost got me hit by that boer. Yeah, I'd say that Black Friday, it's weird that Black Friday is on that list because most people have to go to work on Black Friday so that they can man the stores for all those crazy people that decide to trample and beat people up. That just means that whenever I'm a business owner, I can use slavery-like conditions. That's what I want. Oh. Also, they're not actually slave-like conditions. That's a gross hyperbole. I want it! I'm sure some places do, but those places get shut down. Oh yeah, I can double jump now. What a loser for getting he has double jump. You know what's oddly really good in this game? This butcher knife that I've got. It's way better than the usual knife. But it's just that, it's just the knife. It's just the knife sub-weapon, but for some reason it's better. Alright, well, first off, I gotta get that sword, right? It's just right there. Yay! I got a girl sword. Now I can do this. Now I can do a down action, like, eh. I'm working on making it so I don't have to work. By working and gaining money, I'm slowly but surely making it to where I'll never have to work again. Ooh, I get to keep my +1 luck and I get 1 defense? Yay! It's gonna be slow going. But it'll happen. There was an anime that I watched a few episodes of. I didn't finish it. It was called like Make You Black Company or something like that. And a black company is one of those places with those bad working conditions in Japan. And it's about a guy who is really smart and just doesn't want to work. And he worked just enough to basically make himself rich so that he could live off of passive income for the rest of his life. And he got himself a nice apartment and a bunch of, like, he got like food and everything, and was like, right, now I never have to work again. And then he gets sucked through an isekai portal. And then in which he is a penniless miner slave. And he has to mine for ore in like this really dangerous dungeon. And it's just like he's on a never-ending quest to make it to where he doesn't have to work ever again, like all over again. Yeah. That is such an unnatural swing. Yeah, he encounters the dragon waifu. And he's like, you don't want to eat me. I'll give you, like, I can guarantee you way tastier food. Well, the life he had before his isekai is what I aspire to. Just make enough money to build up a portfolio of stocks for passive income that I can live off of, and not only live off of, but maybe put into my own projects. Then I can go back to not working. Well, I guess most stuff I do is considered work by everybody else that I talk to about it, and I'm just like, that's not work. Like, streaming is not work to me. But other people consider it work, and I'm just like, no. Just because you could get paid for it doesn't mean that it's work. No way! I went a freaking circle. Gosh darn circle. It's enjoyable work? Alright. I'll take that. Take that, Une. But you know, until that takes off, I gotta... I gotta make sandwiches. I'm not as good as it, you know? There's other people better at making sandwiches than me. And that's women. With their natural God-given talent to make sandwiches. Oh, I'm glad you laughed at that. I got a sister's fist attachment used for punching. Too bad it sucks. The range is terrible. I would love some ice cream, but it's not necessary. Especially after I said my misogyny. I was spouting misogyny. Oh no! I'm gonna get canceled now. I've got this joke. Like, I've been sweeping at work lately. And I've got this joke that I'm just waiting anybody to... If anybody says that I'm taking too long sweeping, because I probably do too thorough of a job. But if anybody says anything about my sweeping, I'm gonna be like, I can't help that I'm not great at cleaning like a woman. Howdy there, you came. Is this where you've opened up your shop? Yes, it is. By the way, that cute young lady over there, she's staring at you. Is she a friend? Yeah. Whoa, I had no idea you were so popular with the ladies. Hey, it's not like that. Don't be shy now, you hear? It's good to be young. It's a good thing. Alrighty, back to business. Take a look around, friend. That's a quick way to get taken to HR if you have the wrong audience. Yeah, I think they'd be cool. But I guess it's a good thing that I only speak when spoken to. Best stick to suicide jokes? Oh, the jokes that I have said have already lent me a, that boy's dark kind of reputation. War for cheese! Copper plate. Hey! Welcome back, Soma. Hey! What? That man over there. Who, you mean Hammer? His name's Hammer, huh? Don't you think he's a little scary? No, I think he's a decent guy. But look at all those weapons he has over there. He told me he was opening up his own shop. Here? He's opening a shop in this castle? He's weird. Yeah, it's pretty strange. But if you say that he's a good guy, I'll believe you. I mean, don't like go to a room alone with him or anything. That just in case. I think about 3/4 of the staff at your place have decided, owner included, that if any of us snap, we have to assist in the other's suicides before we can take ourselves out. Show your teamwork. Let's say, did you bring enough bullets for the rest of the class? Yes, Miss Johnson. All right then. I never really understood that. I've never really been a gum person, but, you know, I would eat candy every now and then. You know, just suck on a hard candy. I wouldn't, like, do it loud and obnoxious or anything. But, like, I was asked, did you bring enough for the rest of the class? And then I just popped another one in my mouth and said, nope. Music notes! It's one of those I brought enough to share with you. You fat bitch. Lance. Before they got wise that you were just trying to win classroom clout. Like, oh, he's cool. Oh, that you would genuinely bring enough for the rest of the class. Strange. I sense a dark power within you. Who are you? It's rude to ask questions before introducing yourself. Yes, you're right. I can't give you my name, but people call me Jay. I have a feeling he might be violent. Thank you. I have a bowl of ice cream. Boop. I'm gonna put it right here on my on my thingy. They just had to get sassy with the questions, so you played the game. Yeah. I feel it's something you don't really grow out of. So you probably are one. People call you Jay? Why hide your real name? Are you a criminal? No, I have amnesia. I'm told that I was in an accident in 1999. Speak for yourself, I'm still a kid. I can eat tricks and everything. You kidding me? I got away with so much less as a kid. I got caught more. I was uncoordinated. Couldn't lie as well. Your dark power, were you born with it? I don't really know. I first noticed it when I entered this castle. I see. I guess I was mistaken. Mr. J! Why have you come to this castle? Call me Jay. I'm filled with fear when I hear the name Dracula. I came here because of the prophecy. I also thought my memory might return. In fact, since my arrival, I have felt like my memory is returning. And your accident occurred in 1999? Maybe Dracula was involved. I fear you are correct, especially since I have magical powers. Jay, are you an exorcist? Well, you might say that, but I work for no one but myself. I must be going now. I'm sure we'll meet again. Yes, see ya. Okay, now I can read this. In grade 5, they told us they didn't want anyone printing pictures on the school printers. And they had special software that would see if you printed out pictures. So you found a PDF of a book. I think you found Art of War or something else royalty-free and printed that out. Had to refill the paper tray twice. No repercussions. I mean, it's not a picture, huh? we weren't allowed to print pictures, technically. But it's not like they really stopped us. Well, I should say they didn't stop me. I don't know why they didn't stop me, but I guess I was just the only one that was like ballsy enough to do it because everybody else was like, don't do it, you know. But I found this non-blocked site on the school computers, and I would print out like hentai pictures for people. And, you know, be like, all right, you want this picture? Want some Jack? Yeah, here, have some Jack. No, teachers never found out. It's not like it could be tied to me or anything. Because all the logins were like school logins that didn't use like personalized names or anything. Yeah, it was just you would get like a freaking little code number, or be like, you'd be like guest 456 or something on the computer. In the library and stuff. And in the computer labs. Remember your firewall had a report website feature that auto-blocked the site before it was reviewed and unblocked it if they deemed it a false report? Yeah, I have no clue why that website wasn't blocked. It was just like, I guess the auto block thing was like, oh, it's cartoons. And so it just didn't. And I don't really know why. I skipped school a few times, but it was just like, you know, I missed my bus kind of thing. I never did it on purpose. But once I gained the ability to drive myself to school, then I never missed a day. But I also never had to sit through a freaking awful pep rally ever again. I was always one of those guys who was like, hey, if we have to have a whole pep rally for freaking football, whenever most of the kids in the school don't even care about football, only the cheerleaders and the football players care about football. Well, I shouldn't say that they don't care about football, but they didn't care about, like, the school team. Can we have, like, a pep rally for the freaking art club or something? Or theater club? But no, we gotta have mandatory pep rallies for football. Dude, I was a little a-hole in high school. Like, I wasn't afraid of no one. And I didn't respect any of my teachers. I mean, I gave a little bit more respect to those who were actually my teachers. Like, if you were my teacher and I liked you, then I would, you know, I'd listen to you begrudgingly, but if you weren't even one of my teachers and you tried to tell me to do something, I would just look at you like you were the stupidest thing in the world for trying to get me to do something. Just dead-faced, just is this? You serious? Like, whenever I got my driver's license and could drive myself to and from school, and I stopped going to the pep rallies that, as I said before, were mandatory. It's like, I don't want to go to these things. Oh no, I'm gonna die! Like one time, I would walk toward the gym, and then right before the gym doors, I would take a right to go out into the parking lot. And one time, I was caught. And they're like, hey, where are you going? The gym's that way. And I was like, a teacher that wasn't my teacher. You know, it didn't give me any classes or anything. So I was like, I'm leaving. And I just walked out. While they said, hey! Where are you going? Wait! Mandatory! It's a mandatory pep rally! And I was like, no. No, I'm leaving. I just kept walking away. I didn't actually, like, answer, but that was like the air that I was giving off. I'm not a very good guy. Bad to the bone. Bad to the bone. I got a base lard. Cool. Basilard? I've always said base lard. Your first high school didn't have pep rallies, and your second at least kept it somewhat interesting. I just didn't want to watch overweight cheerleaders struggle to do back handsprings. What happened to the days when being a cheerleader had a prerequisite that you had to be good looking and athletic? Am I wrong for thinking that way? I don't think I am. Yeah, step back, man. Get up. Get out of here. Blah. There we go. Big golem punches enemies. Yeah, I'm not a fan of sports. For the most part, I like fighting. Like, I've never understood the fascination with football. Never understood the fascination with baseball. And most of those people are like, well, why don't you just... Like, oh, you like watching other people play video games, huh? Why don't you just play it yourself? And I'm like, well, you like watching football, why don't you just play it yourself? I kind of always felt like cheerleaders were meant to just be like, look at these hot girls. We have enough affluence to just pay hot girls to be hot and do backflips. You know what that means? They're flexible. I'll kill your ankles. You'll never get one. What is that? A kutal? Is it? That's a guitar, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, butcher knife is actually really good for... It's cost efficient. Does pretty good damage. Way better than base knife. You know? I think it's because you know, it's better when whenever you level up. There we go. Nemesis is cool. I think I've talked about this before, but does anybody still have, like, high school dreams? When do those stop? I'm so sick of high school dreams. You only get good high school dreams? Mine are always the ones that's like, why am I here? I'm almost 30. Why am I in high school? I don't have to be here. I freaking hate it. Mine are always like, I'm in the middle of class and I don't have my homework. I'm like, and I'm getting chewed out for not having it. Oh, I get the naked classroom ones. Except whenever I'm naked in them, I'm overly confident. It's kind of like completely contrary to how I would actually be if I was naked at school. Dude, Headhunter is so cool. This is such a cool boss. This is such a fun boss. Like, not necessarily fun to fight, but I just mean like fun. A fun idea. Oh, God. I hate this phase, though. This phase is awful. I know what I must do. Killer fish! I'm just kidding. God. Headhunter is not even that hard except for this part. Melon! Oh, right, I can duck the tongue. I forgot about that. I can now damage it. go up. Okay, why are Valkyries under Dracula's freaking control? It's never made sense to me. Quit it! Jesus! This place sucks. I guess so. Disc armors are way worse, too, in this. Do you think Kratos could beat Dracula? Walk on water surfaces? Temporarily or permanently? Either. I kind of feel like the zombie officer is not doing what it says it does. Maybe I just don't understand it. Sword for stabbing. Maybe it's not a guitar. The Hunting was a... I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. But that was an actual, like... Not necessarily mythological sword, right? But it was like a legendary sword. I guess mythological works. Frickin' stop. Jesus. It's powerful, but it's poison, so anything that's resistant to poison. Really? There we go. I'm done with my ice cream. I've been eating too much ice cream lately. I need to hold off for a couple days. I need to get back into my exercising. Alright, I actually have to equip this one. I wonder what the Kilma Demon soul does. Yeah. Me, me. Me, me. Me, me. Me, me. I think this is one of my favorite songs in Aria of Sorrow. No! Ow! Beauty. Hmm. All right. Coffee? I got me some coffee. Whoosh. I never finished, like, exploring up here. Dang, dang. Oh, oh, oh. Baby dee 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 dee. Flying armor's really good. Bamboo sword. I don't remember if there's any special things for these swords, like doing a button input kind of thing. Is it just one of those me things to expect everything to be usable in some kind of way? Like everything has some kind of weird special thing about them? Is that just a me thing? Whenever it comes to weapons, I just expect there to be like something special. Ha! I never went up there? Oh, right. That's it. I forgot about that. We go. There's a transformation one. I remember that. I remember that you could transform. There's a thing down there! I didn't go down there. What, I an idiot? I didn't go. Welcome back. There's a doorway that I didn't go through down there. Excuse me. Well, now that you're back, how do you feel about that? Don't you feel like in a game like this at least, every weapon should have some kind of special thing about them? Like, there's always a ton of weapons in these games. At least now, you know, like old school, not so much. But in the Castlevanias in which you can change equipment, such as this one, weapons, I mean, such as Symphony of the Night. Symphony of the Night was great. It had a lot of unique feeling weapons. But a good chunk of the weapons in this feel kind of, samey? Just slight different animations. And of course, some of them felt pretty samey in Symphony of the Night too. So don't think I'm not calling out Symphony of the Night. Not sure about that. You think there's definitely room for an early weapon with a cool moveset phasing out for more powerful weapons and then getting a more powerful weapon later on with the same moveset? Yeah. Well, the reason that I brought this up is because, yeah, I got this Hrunting. It's cool. I'm pretty sure it's... I'm pronouncing that wrong, and it's based off of some kind of mythological weapon that I'm forgetting about. But I picked up this bamboo sword. Right? And so I was thinking, there's got to be some kind of, like, special thing that a bamboo sword has. But no, why would that be? You know, it's just a downward slash attack, you know? I don't think there's any button inputs to do special weapon abilities. Not in this game, anyway. And it got me thinking, like, why even bother putting a bamboo sword in? And I guess for challenge runs. But that's not even the worst weapon in this game. The worst weapon in this game is the handgun. It does 1 damage. Or I guess that's not technically true, because you can upgrade your damage with by upgrading your strength. But it's like the weakest weapon in the game. And it kind of... But the special thing about it, even though it's the weakest weapon in the game, it's the longest ranged weapon in the game. And it's the fastest weapon in the game, you know? But it's straight on, you know? So it's hard to get, like, things at angles. But even so, the weakest weapon in the game is, like, unique. You know, they're like... It just makes you think that things should be special. I'm not even necessarily saying that they should be special. Like this fronting has a cool swoosh of poison. That's pretty awesome. That's pretty gnarly, bro. But it's a basic weapon swipe, and it doesn't seem to have anything actually besides the animation that's different about it. God dang it. I love it whenever I go all the way around to find out it's something that I can't do yet. No! You see, that's something that I thought Bloodstained did really well, though, is that even if some of them kind of had a little bit of, you know, sameness to it, some of them had special, like, abilities that you could, if you use them enough, you could learn them and use them with other weapons of the same type. At least I think that's how it works. It's been a really long time since I played Bloodstained. Okay, that was possibly a gunshot outside. Vigil of the Longest Night also, in my opinion, did a good job with its weapons. But that one has a little bit of a Bloodborne-esque or Soulsy-esque bit with it, too. Because you had, like, iframe dodges. And, like, combos. It's a little different. But most of the weapons in that felt really distinguished and special, too. There were a good amount of them. Back to the teleporter. Teleporter. Can't go that way because the clock rabbit will stop me. I guess I could go that way and then continue looking all over there. Like all that way. This is the weakest slide, though, in any of these games that get a slide. Hi, Todd. Reading through the Todd Howard AMA, and man is the dude a soulless corporate husk. Hi, Todd. What sort of game would you make if you had an infinite budget and 10 years of development time? We're incredibly lucky to have the support and time and budget to make the games we want. So, all of them? Oh, man. Oh, I can't go this way. Oh, I can jump, though. I can do that part. Oh, man. I have so many games that would fit that criteria of needing infinite budget. You've read that a goal of Starfield is that it will be more of a hardcore RPG. Can you verify this and flesh that out in more detail? Does that mean that the character creation will be more complicated like it was in Morrowind and Oblivion? Really excited about what the team has done with the character creation here, including choosing background skills, etc. You also could pick your pronoun, he, she, they, and we've recorded all the relevant dialogue to support that choice. That's not... It's not an answer, Todd. Todd, that's not an answer. He was looking for a reason to bring up the pronoun thing. That's all that says to me. He's probably got an earpiece on. He's like, tell him about the pronouns. He's being fed answers. Bit of a juicy one? Ooh, is it telling? Will there be any robot companions in Starfield? Yes, kind of. Okay, Starfield. This is the first I've heard of Starfield. Is this like a sci-fi Skyrim that he's making? I know nothing about this. It's a sci-fi entry into the Bethesda catalog that's getting made before The Elder Scrolls 6. I want this goddamn peeping eye! Give me your soul! Never had a peeping eye soul in any of these games that I've played. Played the Aria of Sorrow at least 6 times, and this is the 7th. I've never gotten a peeping eye soul. Give me a peeping eye soul. I'm gonna get it and then remember that I have had it before once I use it. Give me your soul! So people are mostly interested in it because they know for certain it's the next game they're getting out of Todd eventually. Will you get to choose your kind of robot companions pronouns as well? Give me the soul! I wish that yelling at things made things work better. Finally! Identifies breakable walls. I have never had that. Wait. God dang it, I need Undine. Hey, it's that hallway where I fell asleep. For the longest time. Oh, I want to know how they look, you know? How does that identify them? Does it make them look freaking cracked or something? Ba, 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 ba. Hey, it's my favorite summon from Circle of the Moon. Ow! No. Not if you make the robot. I think the whole pronoun thing is just stupid anyway. Look, I'll call you what you want to be called, but it depends on which ones you're asking for, I guess. There it was! Found the thing I can't beat with the fronting. My pronouns are Oslo and Oslam. And then I'd be like, no. No. I refuse. Z and Zer? Nah. Nah. Yeah, no. You want to feel special. Just like you said, you want to exert power over people. No, I refuse. Oh, right. This one's all crazy. I did it. My title is Lady of the Fourth Isle, and you will address me as such. How dare you? I don't remember the werewolf soul. I think the werewolf soul was pretty cool. weren't getting Starfield for another full year. 11/11/22. Well, you have something to look forward to. That actually feels closer to me. Like, talking about it, I was expecting it to not be next year, like, definitely the year after or something. Oh. Ooh, I need to actually be careful. Give me the werewolf soul. That'll be sick. It'll be 7 years between Bethesda main titles. Didn't they remaster Skyrim again this year or something? That doesn't get. I mean, yeah, I'm joking around. So we meet again. I'm glad to see you're unscathed. Good to see you too. I've got something I want to ask you. Sure, go ahead. Someone told me that you are to inherit Dracula's powers. I take it that lady from the church told you that, didn't she? It's not true, is it? The term inherit is incorrect. It's true then. I was born on the very day that Dracula was destroyed. So in short, that means that I am Dracula. That can't be right. You've been so kind and friendly to me, the one time that I met you. That is because I don't consider you a threat to my mission. But that being said, you have made it this far. I sense a power within you. No, tell me, what kind of power has awoken within you? The power to rule? What? You foolish boy! That's impossible! Huh? I can't remain here any longer. I must get to the throne. Your name is Soma, right? You are wrong, Soma. I will not allow you to rule. Jeez, what was that all about? Ah! Ah! Freaking spikes, man. Look at how spiky that is. Why would they put those there? Nah! No! Ooh, ooh, lightning doll. Lightning doll. No, give me lightning doll. Ugh. God dang it. Alright, screw you. I gotta find a good place to get one of those lightning dolls. No, I don't want to talk to you. Hello, Soma.
Hey, Yoko. I just ran into Graham.
Really? Which way did he go?
He was in a rush to get to the throne.
Just as I thought. There's something important in the throne room.
I'm sorry, Yoko.
What's wrong with you all of a sudden?
He's not who I thought he was. He was kind to me only because he thought I was powerless.
I see.
But his attitude changed suddenly when I told him about my power.
Well, in his mind, he thinks everything in this castle is his.
So that's the reason?
But it's better this way.
What is?
The fact that he sees you as an enemy now means that you're my comrade.
Does it?
What? You don't want to be on my side?
No, that's not what I meant.
Ha ha ha! It's so much fun to tease you. But this is not the time to be fooling around. Your presence here has thrown Graham into a panic. This is our chance.
What sort of chance?
Using his cunning mind, he's been able to evade us up till now. I don't think anyone has ever seen him panic before.
I get it. Circumstances right now are making him act this way.
That's exactly right. This is an excellent opportunity to trap him. Well, I must be on my way. See ya. Dude, I am going all over the place with these voices. I need to find a better place for a gosh darn electric doll. I'm screwing it up. Oh, that's how it does it. Oh! I found my lightning doll room.
Mistletoe. Sword carved from a sacred tree.
Okay. It's got a special thing whenever you hit people with it. Special hit marker. Okay, you have got to give me the freaking lightning doll soul. Come on, man. This is actually one that I'm not going to be leaving without. No, I turned around and then hit the back dash.
Yeah, level up.
God damn it.
Why do I keep thinking that you have to jump over that? Did you have to jump over it before in the last game? Ah! He was already dead. Oh, right, hold on. The first spirit is a demon from Hellfires. Oh, yeah. That's telling me... the souls that I need to get the good ending. Or the true ending. Give me lightning doll! I would be willing to say the lightning doll is one of the best souls in the game. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's just how I feel about it. But I kind of feel like it's one of those non-negotiable things. Discharges lightning from its fingertips. I mean, of course it's not gonna work on the lightning doll, but... You see that? The sheer power. It's expensive, though. Oh, god dang it. I didn't notice that it was a freaking... What? Okay, you stupid bitch. Can't you level up your souls by getting them more times or something? Like if you have more than one. Why are you not freaking just... Oh, because it's up here. Oh my god. I'm super screwed if I don't go back. Gotta go back and heal now. Ugh. Don't have the items for this. Boom! Crackle! It's so good. I mean, it's a little expensive at the moment, but that'll go away as I get stronger, you know? I don't know what the gremlin does. I don't think I've ever gotten the gremlin soul either. Okay. This is ridiculous. If only I had the Beware soul, this would be a lot easier. Dun, 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 dun. You know, I like wooden swords. That's it. From like a, especially from like a flavor standpoint. Oh my god. You really thought you were gonna do something, didn't you? You don't understand the power of the lightning doll. Soul. It's one of the best souls in the game. Don't at me. Really? Already? I always forget how soon this fight is in this game. I have no potions, man. All right. Time for actual death fight. Really annoying to dodge. Oh, I do have some potions. That's not that great. Oh my god. Oh my god! Once again, I wish just touching the enemy didn't do damage, because a lot of this damage would be mitigated if I didn't touch him. I've also never been able to tell what this is. What is this picture here? Alright, I didn't want to fight him yet anyway. I didn't know that I was going into him. Dun 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 dun. You should have died. You should have died, Harpy. Bam, bam, bam. Alright, I need to be able to hit it with that wrecking ball. I guess I have to go through the goddamn death fight. Freaking death fight. Oh, well. Don't really need this at the moment. Oh, let's see. Jumping while taking damage restores health. That makes no sense to me. No, if I was going to do that, I'd collect souls to increase strength. You know? Yeah, why not? Extra damage is always good. I hate these things. I assume. Oh, wait, that's the water area that I can't go through. Because I can't sink yet. I kind of want one of these. Let's get one of these as souls. Na, 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 na. Woo, woo. Some level ups, that's always good. Oh, I just thought of something. Based on the Remembrance Day. And we actually, I'm not sure about this, but I think we're actually pretty close to a military base. Because a lot of military people come in to get sandwiches. Like, pretty much every day. So, it's probably a good thing that we work on Remembrance Day. Because then there'd be a lot of veterans that don't get their sandwiches. If we didn't. Iron plate? Hell yeah. I mean, wasn't what I was going for, but... Oh, it sucks. Bam, na, 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 na. Do, 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 do. Dun, 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 dun. Wait, what am I doing? Great armor. Weakness, lightning. 300 experience. Hey, only like 6 more of these guys, and then I level up again. Dun, 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 dun. What makes you decide to step on me? Hmm? What makes you decide that? Yeah, level up. Oh my god, it's killing me this time. It was winning. Give me your soul. Give me your soul, give me soul, give me your soul, give me your... Oh my god. Bam, 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 bam. Alright, screw it. Let's go fight the boy. Maybe don't. Maybe don't hit me. Oh! That wasn't the way! That's so goddamn fast! Even whenever you throw it the opposite direction, it's too fast. Oh my god. This fight is so... Oh, I forgot he hits you whenever he dies! So lucky that I didn't lose. Oh, I did get Beware. When did I get... Oh, wait. Wait. I did get Beware. I just forgot that I got Blair. That would have made all those Medusa heads easier. Oops. Gimme. Allows you to walk while underwater. Take that, Harpy. Take that, Harpy. Welcome back. I just beat death. Again. Yours too, huh? I know all about that. That's the resident tech person, TM. Because I use a computer, I'm the one that knows all about computers. I know nothing about computers. You'd think I would have gained some kind of knowledge via osmosis because of my usage of computers, but no. So you just had to let her know about the secret technique of emailing yourself files. Yeah, it's always a good. I'm gonna keep my intelligence up. Skoola. Needles. Needles. I think Needles is another one of those ones that I've never had the soul of. I don't even know if it has a soul. I think everything has a soul, though. That you can... Yeah. You can get a freaking soul from those things. I'm gonna do it. Holy crap, I killed devils real fast with Mistletoe. I think Mistletoe was also like a legendary mythological sword or something. Like the Hrunting. Oh, I don't feel shame. I can change oil. I can change a tire. You know? I can change brake pads, but it's just like I barely know what RAM is. That's what I mean by you'd think I would have gained at least that, you know? Yeah, transforms into a demon that rushes at enemies. Oh yeah, I wanted Needle, because I've never had Needle before. that stuff that you can download to make your computer go faster. Everyone knows that, Kappa? You see? If everyone knows that, why didn't I? Wait, you can download RAM? I thought that was like... No! Holy crap! Beware isn't as great as I remember. You say Kappa, so I think you're joking. But I thought it was like built into the computer. If you're not joking. Oh, she dropped a heart. That's it. No! Ugh! That would have killed me! God dang a-hole! Medusa heads! I never knew about that. Well, hey, I learned something. Like a less harmful delete system 32. I don't know that one either. Is that weird fella a friend of yours too? You're more popular than I thought. Don't much like people like that. So what can I sell you? Potions. Alright, you can only have freaking 9 at a time. Famous blade known as Gran. System 32 is a folder that contains the main bits of your operating system. Delete that and your computer can no longer function. Oh. Well, I never would have deleted that anyway, so good for me. Famous sword of the Dragon Slayers, Ascalon. Armor of water. Silver plate, gold plate. Blood red cloak. Increases the appearance rate of spirits. 3 million. No, that's 300,000. 300,000. Jesus. Used to be that on forums, if you asked for tech help, people would try to walk you through doing that instead because they were buttholes. Welcome back, Amy. What's up? Kind of late to ask, but what kind of shrine is the Hakuba Shrine? So we need to start there. Oh my God, I don't care. This is why I never talked to you. So Daijin is the sun. The act of hiding symbolizes an eclipse. By hiding with herself away, she was able to contain Susanoo's anger. For that reason, eclipses are thought to combine anger and evil intentions. Yes, people have prayed to eclipses for centuries, and the Hakuba Shrine is a shrine for this very purpose. I understand now. And usually, we only conduct ceremonies for Japanese eclipses, or Japan's eclipses, but in 1999, a ritual was conducted in Europe. Yes, that's what I was told. And that's when Dracula's castle was sealed inside it. That's why I knew the things Mr. Arikado said were... Yes, I know now that he spoke the truth. I'm sorry, I haven't been much help to you. No, you haven't. Mina's kind of the most worthless character in this game. Pretty much the only reason that she is here is for Soma to be like, oh, I have to go see my friend at the shrine. And you power up real quick in this game compared to other games. I've never used this before either, so... Wow, that it doesn't work. Oh, do I just not have enough mana to use it? That might be it. No? Seems like I have enough. Tosses mines into the air that explode at fixed intervals. Cool. I mean, it's not bad. Oh my god, this is the worst place for these guys. Or these ladies. There. If you're looking for an enemy, RAM is a short for random access memory. It's basically the place where data on your computer is moved to so it can be changed. Oh! Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. No! Jesus. Wrong way. So your computer loads data from your hard drive into RAM, does stuff to it, and then writes it back to your hard drive for safekeeping. Okay. Okay. I mean, that's still kind of means nothing to me. Now that I think about it. I might actually just be very computer illiterate whenever it comes to actual, like, terms and stuff. Like, for the most part, I feel like I can learn anything. But there are some things that just kind of feel over my head for some reason. God. Cool, I got a Burt gang. Burt gang. Mystical Sword of Protection increases your defense too. I really like Mistletoe though. Okay, Mistletoe was actually better because of the elemental affinity, I guess. My god dang Medusa heads! Oh my god! That was a bit overkill. I admit. Ability to stop in mid-air. I don't feel like that's what their ability should be. Ah! Oh, cool. Made it. Pitch black suit. Black suit is dark as the night sky. You can kind of hate that phrase, the night sky often isn't actually that dark. Depends on how much, you know, light pollution there is and stuff. Because if you can't... I've always thought it was pretty dark, you know? But then again, if you can't see the stars and the moon very well... If you're in one of those areas... Alright, did I... The Death Soul is kind of worthless, if I remember correctly. Oh no, it's actually really good. At night, the night sky is the brightest thing around. Not whenever there's freaking a fluorescent street light right outside. I can't see anything in the sky whenever there's a... Sure does look pretty pitch black. With that street light there. I mean, it's not a phrase that I would ever use, you know? But... I'm just saying, if you don't think about it from like a city dweller's perspective, then I don't know if you live in a city or in the country, you know. I want this Medusa heads. Soul. Is it... Wait, hold on. Is it the same Medusa head? Got that one. I only see one Medusa head. But do they count as the same
Medusa head, that's the question.
Woo! I did it. I can't attack. It won't let me attack. Right. In city, in rural, it's the same. You don't really ever look at the night sky and go, that's really dark in comparison to everything else. At night, it can be dark out, but I've never thought that the sky as being the dark bit of the night. Huh. I'm gonna have to disagree because I have. So... I can be wrong. We'll go ahead and call me wrong on this one. Look, I'm just saying that it... I've said it that way. I was like, man... Sky's really dark compared to everything else. I've literally said that to myself. Like taking the dog out at night, 2 in the morning. Dog's taking a crap, and I'm like, man, it's really dark up there. It doesn't matter. I can understand that you don't like it. And it's fine. It's not a phrase that I'll ever use. I'm just saying in this instance, you know? Absorb enemies' HP with magical item! I've never gotten a Persephone soul either. Oh wait, yes I have. I admit that I'm wrong all the time. It's just that most people deny that I do so that they can say that I'm a douchebag. Yes! I can suck health from people with it. Because I got it from a maid. But here's the thing, it kind of sucks. Get it? It kind of sucks. It's a vacuum. Yeah, and that's blatantly wrong. Whenever I say that I'm never wrong. Jeez. I appreciate your faith in me, though. Kitty. Nope. I don't remember if I'm right on this, but I might be either able to transform into a little kitty if I get the witch's soul, or I might be able to summon a cat to attack. Yeah, to think that I'm never wrong. You have faith in me. Right? Isn't that what you're saying? Dude, the student witch is gonna figure it out. She's good. She's got it. I love her. She's trying. Is it just you, or is this zone rather dense in titties? No, it's pretty dense in titties. I mean, the witch has got titties, and she drops melons! The Liliths. I should try to get the witch's souls. The witch and the Lilith souls. I'm gonna go get the witches and Lilith souls. The Persephones are maid outfits, but they got titties too. So do the student witches. I don't remember if I have to take out the cat that they turn into in order to get the witch souls. I don't think I do. Get back over here. Oh, Valkyries too. I love this song. I don't even know if you guys can hear it. There we go. A little more volume for you. As I'm cutting the throats of all these ladies. I don't even remember. There's usually a little thing that tells you. The witch probably just gives me like a stat increase, like an intelligence stat increase. Do you know that there's some, I don't remember if they're in this game, but there's some transformation, abilities that you can. I know you can get one in Summon Order of Ecclesia, where you can turn into like a cat girl, and I think you could turn into a succubus or a vampire, and it changes your moves, and you can like do different stuff. Those transformations are terrible. They suck. Like, I tried using them. Repels bullets with shield! Alright, I knew there was a reason that I wanted the witch. Soul. Mind up. I wonder if that makes it... Oh, this is actually pretty good to heal with if you're up against something that can't do any damage to you. I remember what this one's called. This is called Hallway 304. I think that's it. I want the Lilith soul. I don't remember what it does. Wing 304? It's either hallway or wing 304. The inner quarters couldn't find anything else than that. Well, I'm not serious, so. I am making a joke. Never mind. I don't want those. Oh no! I didn't want to do that though. I want to jump all the way down here. Oops. No, type 304 into a calculator and turn it upside down. It spells hoe. 'Cause they hoes. La 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 la. I just learned that today, actually. That 304, you could call a girl a hoe by calling them a 304. I'm always looking for new ways to call women hoes. It's fun for me. Oh my god, a Bezlog. Yep. Hey, I'm back. Never had a kill my demon soul. I'm very curious as to what they do. Hey, I've been here before. And I can get back up. Alright, I still have beeping it. And beeping it. And beeping it. Peeping it. Oh right! Zombie soldier gives me the ability to throw grenades, I think. Na, 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 na. And we go up again to a single room. Might it go in? Idiot, I guess. Oh, that's why. 'Cause I couldn't reach it before. Copper plate. Worthless. Worthless now. Awesome. Sweet. The ability to get that. I can go that way. Oh, I can walk underwater now. So I can go either of the waterways. There we go. Give me black, give me blue crow. Not black crow. Blue crow. Give me crow skull. Soul, not skull. You gotta pay the crow toll to get in. Dude, Selma's so strong. He's definitely one of the strongest protagonists. In Skula. In Castlevania. I stand by saying Juste is like the strongest Belmont because of his magical ability, but you know. Boat ride. I feel like I lost my opportunity for to do a lot of stuff now that I'm no longer on that boat. Alright. You gonna be this way? Alright. I'm gonna go to the restroom. So I'm gonna leave this here like this, so you can listen to the music. And I shall be back. back now. Let's lessen that music just a tad. Ignore my absence. Just ignore that it happened. Isn't it cool that you could do that? Look, I can walk on water until I hit a waterfall. Slime? That's another soul that I never got. I've never gotten the slime soul. Let's get a slime soul. I really like this slime. It's very pretty. It also explodes in lots and lots of goos. Goo driplets. Goo! Goo! Hurls slime balls at enemies. I mean, as I've said before, Lightning Doll is way better. I did not know that there were going to be more slimes. Alright, I'm going to put my Lightning Doll back on and... Peeping Eye. Buries landmines throughout its turf. No, stop. Stop with the une. Oh, come on. Really? I really like slimes. It's one of my favorite monsters. Been liking mimics lately, though. Like a mimic that turns itself into a weapon, and then you use it. But you know that most DMs would probably be buttholes and say that because they're creatures and not actually weapons, you'll be hitting with them, and even though they're in the shape of the weapon and you might be able to use proficiency, you'd be hurting your mimic friend. That's lame. I don't want to hurt my mimic friend. I don't want to hurt Mimic-chan. Oops. Ching. Slime. Nightmare. Trying to get to a place where I don't get hit by it, but doesn't seem like I can. When motionless HP are gradually restored. Thank you. Ah! Summons nightmares to use as weapons. I don't remember that either. Hold on. Now we're back to Circle of the Moon. Freaking goddamn cognazos. They're the worst enemies in the game. You... Darn cognazos! These guys suck too, just because they're freaking annoying to hit. Have a good night, Brewhawk. Thank you for stopping by. Got it. Oops. Cognazos are the worst. Triton. I got a trident from Triton. Super potion. Those guys are gonna be annoying to get the souls for. Huh? Oh. Okay. Nah. Let's go heal. I say go heal whenever I'm saving the game too, so I don't know why I don't add friggin' saving the game to it. Why saving the game isn't as important. Wee, 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 wee. God. Hold up. Yeah. Yeah. Meat! Meat! Oh my god. Poison worm. Ugh. This area is terrible. This area sucks. That freaking big old giant worms. Oops. Dang. I hate to be interrupted. Yoko! Are you alright? If you're okay, say something. Anything! I'm alright. Thank you for rescuing me. Graham. That illegitimate son. What has he done? He has absorbed this castle's power, and he's gotten much stronger. Ow! Ah! My plan has failed. Save your strength. There's no need to speak. Be cautious of him, but don't overexert yourself. What? Yoko! Oh, she's just unconscious. She's still breathing. I underestimated the amount of power he acquired. Don't just stand there mumbling. Yoko's in bad shape. Go. I will see to her wounds. I can't just leave her like this. She's my friend. Do not worry about her. I believe there are other things you need to do. Graham went to the throne. What's there? What are you hiding from me? I cannot say. You must go there yourself, and if you don't, you will lose Mina, and Yoko as well. Their fate is in your hands. Darn you! I don't like your attitude, but I don't think you're lying. I feel as if I'm being manipulated. I don't like it, but I'll do as you say. But if we ever escape from this castle alive, I want to know everything. Fair enough. I'll be on your way. Okay. Well, I wasn't done this way, so... Hey. Okay, I gotta ask, is there a chakram in this game? Boomerang. Boomerang. I found pudding in a cave. Yay! Underground cemetery. Yeah. Oh yeah, burns enemies to a crisp with its ultra-hot flames. What sword is that? Oh, this is the mistletoe. I wish it was boomerang. This is the mistletoe. It's found in the what would you call it? The clock tower? It's in a hidden room in the clock tower with some lightning dolls. Sword carved from a sacred tree. It does pretty good holy damage, I think. Because it's been pretty good against everything. I wish it was boomerang. If it was boomerang, it'd be even better, though. This place is pretty creepy. I've never liked this place. Can I explain again my obsession with boomerangs? Well, it doesn't really work very well with real-life boomerangs, but it's kind of a dumb little thing where you know, it's your buddy, you know, it always comes back to you. And whenever you get into, you know, video game boomerangs, they can target multiple creatures at once. And even if they hit, you know, they don't just like dink onto the floor. They come back to you. They're like a buddy that just, I don't know. I guess it's psychological for me. It's like the fact that it always comes back to help you out. And again, you know, fantasy boomerangs, you're able to throw it once and hit like 30 things. As long as it'll hit. Most boomerangs in, let's say, JRPGs hit all enemies. So even if you're in a turn-based battle with like 100 enemies, you will hit 100 enemies. And just from a damaging standpoint, being able to always AoE is like really good, you know? Even if you're doing a little bit less damage per hit, you're overall still doing way more damage. Just because, you know, add it all up. For hitting every enemy. Alright, I've saved my game. Time to fight the Legion of this game. But yeah, I guess if I was to answer a little bit more, it's the psychological aspect of your buddy coming to help you out. I hate you. I want to attack. I don't want to run away. God dang it. I hate this fight. This is the worst Legion, in my opinion. Oh yeah, I changed from Lightning Doll, which now that I've realized that, I'm like, ugh, why did I change from Lightning Doll? It's the best. Lightning Doll's the best. Missile Chain does so much damage. God dang it. Lightning Doll. I'm gonna hit him up here. Come in. I dare you. Come in. Come in. Come in. God dang it. You're not doing your backdash. Why are you not doing it? Like, I'm pressing it. I understand. My controller is old. Wait, isn't it harder whenever you get the whole outer shell? You need to do it to get his soul. Oh, yeah. Boo. I want his soul, though. Boo! Boo, I say. Ah, come on, that didn't hit me. Gonna make me use up more freaking potions than I wanted to. Because I'm terrible at this fight. But I'm terrible at most Castlevania fights. Let's be honest. I've never gotten the Mistletoe before, but it's helping out. Yay! Now I can just cheese the thing if I have to. Come on. Come on, little tentacle friend. Ow. Douche. It's a much more shallow bounce downward than I thought it was going to be. It's so narrow. Man. Good thing I stock up on potions because I'm bad at the game. Yeah, get the baby. Get the baby. Legion fires an array of lasers. Wait, doesn't Legion suck? Isn't Legion a bad soul? I guess I want it anyway because... Oh, snap. Woo! Galamoth. Recognize places in which time has been stopped. Now I can go get the bunny. I hate these guys. Cognazo is definitely the worst. Enemy in the game. Regular enemy. But those guys, oh my god. Speak of the devil! I already got your soul. You loser! Flame demon, you loser! Alright. I have other things that I can wear. Makes enemies leave behind more money when you wear this ring. Ooh. Alright, I'm only 296,000 away. Oh, beeping eye. I don't know where all the hidden doors are. Oh, that's a thing! Whitney! I don't know if you're here. I don't know if you're here. But if you are here, in Bloodstained, I know of a way that you can possibly find your last hidden door. Or your last place that you need to go to. Isn't there a familiar that can point out hidden doors? So, I know this is kind of roundabout, but you could, you know, like, equip that familiar and then go all over the place until they point it out for you. Because there was the fairy points out hidden doors, right? Or is that only in Symphony of the Night? I thought that was a thing that she did too. Was that she healed you with those fairy items, which I hate. I hate those fairy items. And she points out hidden doors for you. Or breakable walls. It'll take some exploring, but it could help. Wow. Fighting a plant monster with a wooden sword. Not the greatest idea I've ever had. There's a familiar that points out hidden areas, and you did carry it with you as you were exploring possible areas. You said possible areas, but not everywhere. I don't know. I'm just trying to help. I thought about it and thought I would say it. Ah, douche. Freaking. Good God, man. Good God, y'all. What it isn't good for. Absolutely nothing. Say it again. Ah! If you already tried it, then never mind. Do. The arena! I've made it. Beam skeletons are always good. Oh my God. Killer Mantle sucks though. Well, actually, I guess I don't remember if it sucks. I don't remember the soul sucking or not. Oh my God. Oh, man. I don't want to use my items. I guess I'll just stand here with a giant worm draped over me. Let's plug up my phone to charge while we're charging our Soma. Alright, that's enough. The thing is, it starts up really fast, so if I just, like, anytime I'm not moving, it actually, like, so it just randomly does it sometimes. It gives me another 5. Nah. The Skull Minion has a freaking... Oh, I see what poison does now. An S-Stock? Cool! I prefer this because it's fun. I really like having a wooden sword. You know, I have another soft spot. I have a soft spot for wooden swords, too. Especially if they're, like, carved up, you know? Like, with, like, all special looking. And then they're magical. God dang it. Why do I have to fight so hard for a single killer mantle? Nope. Yeah. This sword is so good. Yeah, I can throw wheels now, because that's what gladiators do. Weakens its enemies with its poison claws. Finally, I'm getting some of my old luck back. I'm gaining souls at a very quick rate now. It seems. That all you got, bro? Whip knuckle? Is that what that said? Whip knuckle? I mean, it's not as good, man. It's not as good. It's funny, but and it has more attack, but still. Battle axe. Nah, I'm gonna keep my mistletoe. And then I get a levitate. Enchanted sword of fire. Yeah, that's cool and all, but unless I'm specifically up against something that is weak to fire, why would I ever use that Oh, well, this isn't actually... I can tell that's not weak to holy. Okay. You know what? Sure. I'll use the levitate. Hoo-hoo! Mm-hmm. Seems like it's also a tad wider range. Like vertical range, I mean. All right, we're Circle of the Moon in it again. All right, good enough. Do 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 do. You know what? I wish there was a... Oh my god. Dude, freaking... Really? Really? Why am I not able to fight these gargoyles right? I wish that I could equip, like, 2 things and switch between them. That'd be pretty sweet. Stop it. Stop. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Huh? What? What do I do here? Oh. Simon Says, that's what. What? I did it right. That's dumb. I did it right. Fires a deadly beam. Beam skeletons do a ton of damage. Their soul is really good too, but... At least I remember it being really good. Might have been a little too costly to use. Maybe I pressed it too fast. Maybe that was the problem. I missed it. Because that one goes away faster than all of the other ones. That's the problem. It's fine. It'll be fine. I can do it this time. Woo! A rare ring. I think we're raring to go. Oh. All right. We did good. We did good. Oh, God. Yep, this is one of those suck rooms. Right there, it's a suck room. Getting hearts. Room full of suck. Alright. It's fine. While we're here, I've been using Persephone still? How do I use Devil? I've never been able to figure out how to use Devil. Okay, this is just for the Medusa heads. Oh, God. Oh, God! No! This is ridiculous! These Medusa heads are terrible! No! Melon. No! Oh, God! Medusa heads are sweet, what you talking about? Are you kidding me? Are you seeing this crap? Legendary Sword of the Dragon Slayers! Oh, that's sick. I can't freaking deal with it! I'm gonna freaking die. It was pointless for me to come this far. Because I can't do anything about these Medusa heads. They're just, they stone me, and then everything that hits me does double damage. And they put me into the spikes, which does like 100 and something, like 114, 140 or something, I don't know. Just does a ton of damage. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with the Medusa heads. Balmung is definitely cool, but is not. Lightning Doll, you're not going to be helpful here. I need something big. Something big. Something that can hit a wide range. Killer fish! No. I think Tiny Devil. Peeping Guy's not gonna help me here. And I need to wait for my mana to come back. That's... my God, I cannot hit this freaking Valkyrie for crap. Oh my God. No! I'm dead. How long has it been since I saved? It's been a really long time. Boo! Boo, Medusa heads! One of the worst things ever. The only time they're cool is when they're on your side. Medusa heads suck. Especially the ones that turn you to stone and they're everywhere. And there's no way to freaking do anything. Boo! Boo, Medusa heads. More like Medusa heads. Nailed it. Freaking burn. Burn with the power of the Levitain. Alright, what's in here? Oh, God. Lubricants. No. Jesus. Ah. Oh, my God. Lubricants are just worse cognizos. I mean, at least lubricants don't freaking curse you, though. It's just they're... I have never used that before. I could have used that. Oh my god. I don't remember this taking so long. Get there! Gah. And I forgot this one. Olrox's suit! Armored suit once worn by Olrox. Who? I don't know. He's somebody. Maybe I should just look. And maybe I can get the lubricant. Lubricant. Weakness? I don't know what that is. An always angry minion of hell. Not enough calcium in his diet. What does that mean? You got... Oh. Oh! Oh, you... Oh, you... Oh! Oh! Oh, man. Oh, jeez. Oh. Oh. I have no curly soul. I do not have it. At least I don't think I do. Nah. I don't have a curly soul. I mean, the one that I need the absolute most help on is the one with the conveyor belts and the Medusa heads. But I've got that. I forgot about that. Oh, it's a blue soul. Oh, well, I don't have it. I know that I don't have it then. Good. Not for lack of wanting it. I do want it, I just don't have it. I mean, you could cheese the whole game as long as you got the giant worm. I don't have that one either. I haven't really like I've tried a couple of them, like going back and forth into a room and stuff, and if it's easy to get back and forth to, then I do, but I do farm them, but for the most part, it's I've just been going on. Oh, that's much easier. Like, I don't know what the lubricant soul does. I don't remember. It's been many years since I've played this game. You know, it'd be really sad for you if Corrosia was forgotten about in the finale. If I played Bloodstained on here eventually and got 100% of the map in that stream, well, it's probably not going to happen because I don't really care about map completion. Nah, she's there. She's at the robin's nest. She's playing with all the kids. Julio's, yeah, but he's not here for me to make a joke about it. If he was, if the player who owned Julio was here to hear me make fun of him for it, then I totally would have. You're here. So I went with the shark hound. You wanted a shark hound? It never came up in the story. If you get a pet next time, we'll make sure that it's old enough. Actually, once you made it into a familiar, it was usable. You could have used it as a familiar. Like, to deliver touch spells for you and stuff. And you could see through its eyes and hear through its ears by making yourself deaf for a little while. You could have did all that stuff.
No, even as a baby, you could have did all that stuff, is what I'm saying. It just would have had less health. And well, as a familiar, it wouldn't have been able to take any attack actions anyway. I would say that it would be able to later, but until it got older, it wouldn't be able to take any attack actions. Where are the curlies at? Don't remember. Just letting you know, though. For future immunity to petrification. Hell yeah! Ability to swap HP and MP of enemies. Aww. Okay, I am not killing these beam skeletons as fast as I was before. You sound so defensive right now with your not use of corrosion. Doesn't matter to me. I'm just letting you know for the future. I can't figure out how to use the Devil's Soul. Like, every single time I've played this game, I've never been able to figure out how to use the Devil's Soul. I do hold down the button. And it just turns him into it, and then see, that's all he does. It's freaking bullcrap. Ceiling's too low. It has to be a taller room? What the heck? So I've just gotten unlucky every time. Every 6 times I've played this before this time, and this time, and gotten every time I'd try it, it would be a too low ceiling. That's lame. Dude. Stop. Armor of water. Boo. It's not as good. Well, now I have no freaking mana. It's always something. What are you talking about? You talking to me? About what? What am I doing? I don't know what you're talking about. Actually. Dude, stop. Wait, that's the regular devil, right? No, that's an archdemon. Wait, so I got devil and flame devil, not archdemon. I am pretty dumb. Ah! I just keep falling!
Alright. Let's use devil. Oh my god. Nice! I did it. I don't have enough mana to go for very long, but I did it. And that's all that matters. Is that after all this time, I did it. And I thank you, 84934857849, for the tip on how to do it. Dryad, eh? If you're dry, then you must be weak to fire. What's a Dryad soul do? Also the Uko back. Well, it's about time I made my way to a save spot. God. 24-hour stream. I have work tomorrow. God dang it, I hate these Medusa heads. Ah! Anything that petrifies! Deep breaths. I don't know what... I know Killer Mantle has got to be good against a lot of stuff, but I have no clue what it would be good against. Like, switching mana and HP sounds pretty good, you know? Works good on Minotaurs. Well, no, I don't really have trouble with Minotaurs. Maybe later ones I will, but... And Golems. Oh, Golems. Yeah, ever since I switched to the... Ever since I've been using the Mistletoe, like, the majority of the time in since I found it, golems have been quite spongy. So, I don't know. Anyway, we have reached our 5-hour mark. And that is going to be the end of our stream tonight. So I thank you all for joining me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. And I hope you all have a good night. Yeah.